Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The crimson moon hung bloated and ominous over the ancient spires of Altharion, bathing the white marble in blood-red light. The once glorious kingdom, fractured into 7 rival territories after the Great Sundering War, had not witnessed a vermilion eclipse in over 6 centuries. As the moon completed its passage through the shadow path, a resonance, like the simultaneous striking of 1,000 bells, rippled across the land, causing every fragment of the legendary crown of 1,000 souls to pulse with awakened power. In the highest tower of House Luminaris, Lady Alara clutched her family's shard, a jagged piece of enchanted platinum studded with celestial diamonds, as whispers of ancient kings flooded her mind. Elsewhere, in each of the 6 other noble houses, similar scenes unfolded as the fragments of the crown stirred from their long dormancy, calling to one another across valleys and mountains, across rivers and wastelands, and far to the east. On the wind-swept path crossing the ashen plains, a solitary figure paused mid-stride, his weathered face lifted toward the crimson moon. Gandalf the Grey, known in these lands as the Architect of Peace, felt the resonance deep in his bones, a magical signature he had not sensed in centuries. The old wizard's grip tightened on his gnarled staff, his eyes reflecting the blood-red moonlight. "So it begins again," he murmured, turning his gaze westward toward the fractured kingdom. 600 years of peace, undone in a single night. Gandalf had hoped never to return to Altharion. The memories were too heavy, the compromises too bitter. He had helped forge the fragmentation of the crown, had convinced the victorious rebels that dividing the artifact was the only way to prevent another tyrant from rising. For the crown of 1,000 souls was no ordinary symbol of rulership. It contained the actual spirits and wisdom of every previous monarch, granting its wearer access to their collective knowledge and power, but also their collective madness. The last king, Malakar the Magnificent, later called the Tyrant, had succumbed to the 1,000 whispers, allowing the darker impulses of past rulers to overwhelm his own conscience. The resulting atrocities had nearly destroyed the kingdom. Now, as Gandalf made his way toward the capital, villages and towns buzzed with unsettling rumors. People were having vivid dreams of dead kings and queens. Ancestral spirits long laid to rest were seen wandering ancient battlefields. Most disturbing of all, members of each noble house had begun dying in strange accidents, their bodies marked with an ancient symbol, a crown encircled by a serpent, devouring its own tail. 3 days later, Gandalf stood before the obsidian gates of Ravencourt, the fallen mansion of the extinct House Nightshade, whose bloodline had ended during the Great Sundering. Once magnificent, the estate now stood half-ruined, its gardens overgrown, its fountains dry, yet light flickered behind cracked windows, suggesting habitation where none should be. The wizard rapped his staff 3 times upon the gate. "Corvus Nightshade," he called, his voice carrying an authority that belied his travel-worn appearance. "I would speak with the last son of a dead house." Silence stretched for so long that an ordinary visitor might have concluded the mansion truly was abandoned. But Gandalf simply waited, patient as the mountains themselves. Finally, The gates creaked open just wide enough to reveal a tall figure cloaked in midnight blue, his face half hidden by a silver mask crafted to resemble raven feathers. "Do you know that name anymore?" the man said, his voice carrying the cultured accent of Altharian nobility despite its raspy quality. Fewer still would dare speak it aloud. "I am not known for my caution," Gandalf replied with the hint of a smile. "No," Corvus agreed, studying the wizard. "You are known for appearing precisely when things are at their most dire, which makes your presence now concerning." He stepped back, opening the gate wider. "Come, Architect of Peace, let us speak of how thoroughly your grand design has failed." Inside Ravencourt's great hall, shadows danced in the light of a single hearth fire. Tapestries depicting the ancient glories of House Nightshade hung in tatters from the walls. But it was the other occupants of the hall that drew Gandalf's attention. Dozens of translucent figures in the attire of bygone eras, some wearing partial crowns or circlets, all watching the wizard with hollow eyes. "You see them too," Corvus observed, removing his mask to reveal a handsome face marred by a silvery scar that crossed from temple to jaw. "Most people think me mad." "The ability to perceive the dead is not madness," Gandalf replied, "though it may well lead to it if one lacks the will to resist their constant petitions." "Is that what happened to Malakar the Tyrant? He lacked will." "No." Gandalf sighed heavily, lowering himself onto a dusty chair. "He had will enough. What he lacked was balance. The crown's magic amplifies whatever quality is strongest in its wearer. In a ruler of great compassion, it might create unprecedented prosperity. In one with great military acumen, it might forge an empire. In Malakar, it amplified his paranoia," Corvus finished. "Everyone knows the history." "Do they?" Gandalf's bushy eyebrows rose. "Do they know that before he donned the crown, Malakar was the gentlest soul to ever sit upon the throne? That he wept when forced to sentence criminals? That he gave half his personal fortune to feed the poor during the 3-year winter?" Corvus frowned. "That's not what the Chronicles..." "The Chronicles were rewritten by the victors," Gandalf interrupted sharply, "as they always are. The truth is that Malakar's single flaw, a tendency toward suspicion, was magnified 1,000-fold by the crown, by the whispers of kings who had faced real treachery." The wizard leaned forward. "But we haven't time for history lessons. The Vermilion Eclipse has awakened the crown fragments. Already, the Shadow Cult moves to collect them." "The Shadow Cult is a myth," Corvus scoffed. "Is it? Then who has been murdering heirs of the noble houses, who left their corpses marked with the Uruborian crown?" Gandalf's eyes flashed. "The cult has waited centuries for this alignment, preserving the rituals needed to reassemble the crown and resurrect Malakar's spirit as the dominant consciousness within it." Corvus paled slightly. "Resurrect? But that would require blood of the ancient royal line, yes. Which is why we must make haste to the Temple of the Veiled Lady, where a young priestess named Seraphina has been hiding her true identity as the last descendant of Malakar himself." Before Corvus could respond, a thunderous pounding shook the obsidian gates. A moment later, the sound of splintering wood echoed through the mansion. "The decision to help has just been made for you," Gandalf said grimly, rising to his feet as armored figures bearing the Uruborian crown sigil poured into the courtyard. "The cult believes your ability to communicate with the crown's spirits makes you either a valuable ally or a dangerous obstacle." Corvus swore, donning his mask once more. "There's a tunnel beneath the wine cellar," he said, leading Gandalf toward a hidden door behind a fallen tapestry. "We can emerge near the eastern wall." "We'll need more than escape routes," Gandalf said. We'll need the crown fragment your family has hidden for centuries. Corvus stopped short. There is no fragment here. House Nightshade was destroyed precisely because they opposed the crown's division. A convenient story, Gandalf said with a knowing smile. But we both know your ancestors were more cunning than that. They appeared to oppose division while secretly securing the most dangerous shard for themselves, the one containing Malakar's own spirit. The haunted eyes of the noble widened behind his mask. How did you... A tremendous crash from the main hall interrupted him. Corvus cursed, then pressed his signet ring against a seemingly solid stone wall, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling downward. We retrieve the fragment and then find your priestess, he conceded. But after that, you will explain how you know so many secrets of my house. All in good time, Gandalf promised, following him into the passage as cultists' voices echoed behind them. Dawn broke over the Temple of the Veiled Lady, its alabaster dome capturing the first golden rays of sunlight. Within its circular central chamber, Seraphina knelt before the eternal flame, her white robes pooling around her like fallen snow, her silver hair, the unmistakable mark of Malakar's bloodline, hidden beneath a novice's plain hood. The sound of approaching footsteps made her tense. No visitors were permitted during morning prayers. Rising fluidly, she moved toward one of the hidden exits that the Temple Sisterhood maintained for emergencies, only to find her path blocked by a towering figure with grey-green skin and tusks protruding from his lower jaw. "Peace, little priestess," the half-ogre rumbled, raising massive hands to show he carried no weapons. "Grimlock means no harm." "Grimlock repays debt to wizard." Before Seraphina could cry out, an elderly man in grey robes stepped around the massive figure, accompanied by a masked nobleman in midnight blue. "Seraphina of House Luminar," Gandalf said softly, using her true family name. "Or should I say, Princess Seraphina Malakari. We've come to prevent your assassination." The priestess's face drained of color. How do you know?" "Your mother was wise to hide you among the sisterhood," Gandalf continued, "but the Vermilion Eclipse has awakened powers long dormant, and the Shadow Cult has already eliminated 3 distant cousins of your line. You are the last with blood pure enough for their ritual." A sound like breaking glass echoed throughout the temple, followed by shouts and the clash of steel. "And unfortunately," the wizard added grimly, "I believe they've found you." What followed was a desperate flight through hidden passages beneath the temple, guided by Seraphina's intimate knowledge of the ancient structure. Grimlock's enormous strength proved invaluable as he blocked pursuers and cleared debris from collapsed tunnels. Corvus, surprisingly adept with the twin daggers he carried, dispatched cultists with the precision of one highly trained in combat. When they finally emerged miles away, in the foothills of the Crystal Mountains, Gandalf revealed the full scope of their quest. They must gather the 7 fragments before the cult could use them to resurrect Malakar as a puppet under their control. "Oh, but why would they want to bring back a tyrant?" Seraphina asked as they made camp beneath a limestone overhang. "Because they believe they can control him," Gandalf explained. "The ritual they've preserved allows the summoner to dominate the primary spirit within the crown. They would rule through Malakar, wielding the knowledge of 1,000 kings, while appearing to have restored the rightful bloodline." "And what is your plan?" Corvus asked, carefully unwrapping the fragment he had retrieved from Ravencourt. A jagged piece of platinum that pulsed with inner light. "Gather the pieces and then what? Destroy them. The spirits would be lost forever." Gandalf's eyes clouded with sorrow. "That may be the only way." "No," Seraphina said firmly. "There must be another option. These are the souls of my ancestors. They deserve peace, not destruction." As they debated, Grimlock, who had been keeping watch, suddenly tensed. "Riders come," he growled. But the approaching horsemen were not cultists. They were led by Lady Alara of House Luminaris, Seraphina's distant cousin, who had received a prophetic dream showing her where to find them. She bore troubling news. 4 of the 7 fragments had already fallen to the shadow cult. "We hold 2, Gandalf said, nodding toward Corvus's shard, "and House Luminaris has the 3rd. The cult will come for them with everything they have." As the group made plans to defend against the coming assault, Corvus drew Gandalf aside. "You never answered my question," he said. "How do you know so much about my family?" "About the crown." The wizard's eyes grew distant. "Because, Corvus Nightshade, I helped forge the crown in the first place, over 1,000 years ago. Its magic was meant to preserve wisdom, to ensure that each ruler would benefit from the experiences of those who came before." He sighed heavily. Like so many well-intentioned creations, it became something far darker than I intended. Corvus stared at him in shock. "You're saying you're responsible for everything," Gandalf nodded. "The crown's power, its division, and now, perhaps, its final destruction. Some mistakes can only be unmade by the hand that made them." As the crimson moon rose once more over the horizon, the company prepared for battle, knowing that the fate of Altharion and the 1,000 souls trapped between life and death would be decided before the eclipse ended. And Gandalf, the architect of peace, steeled himself to undo his ancient work, whatever the cost. Story 2. The mountains of fire wept molten tears down their ancient faces. For 3 days and nights, the volcanoes of the Draconian Range had roared their lament, spewing crimson rivers that carved new scars across the realm. In the human settlements that dotted the fertile valleys below, farmers and merchants cast fearful glances toward the smoke-shrouded peaks. 6 centuries of tense peace between dragonkind and humanity hung by a thread thinner than a drake-scale's edge. Draxarion, the opalescent king, last of the great dragon monarchs, had vanished. News traveled swiftly across the 5 kingdoms on wings both leathery and feathered. The dragon sentinels that had long patrolled the borders between realms grew restless, their massive forms casting ominous shadows across village squares and castle courtyards. In response, the human lords began quietly mustering their forces, polishing dragonbane weapons long consigned to ceremonial display. It was amid this growing tension that a lone figure ascended the treacherous path toward Frostfire Summit, where the ancient fortress of Draconia perched like a crown upon the highest peak. His grey robes billowed in the sulphurous winds, and his gnarled staff, carved from the heartwood of a tree that had witnessed the first treaty between humans and dragons, glowed with a subtle blue light that parted the noxious volcanic fumes before him. Gandalf the Grey, keeper of the Covenant, friend to all realms, and perhaps the only being alive who had earned the trust of both dragons and men. "You arrive late, Stormcrow," rumbled a voice like distant thunder as Gandalf reached the massive obsidian gates of the fortress. A dragon, the color of burnished copper, uncurled from his sentinel position, golden eyes narrowing as they assessed the wizard. Twice the height of a man at the shoulder, Firinth was young by dragon standards, a mere 3 centuries old, but his scales bore the distinctive patterning of the royal guard. "A wizard arrives precisely when he means to," Gandalf replied with the hint of a smile that failed to reach his eyes. "The council summoned me only yesterday." "The council grows desperate," Firinth acknowledged, the ridges above his eyes furrowing. 4 weeks without our king, and already the human realms whisper of war." The great gates groaned open, revealing a vast circular chamber carved within the living rock of the mountain. A dozen dragons of varying sizes and chromatic hues perched on stone ledges surrounding a central dais of polished black marble. Upon this platform rested a single enormous scale, iridescent and shifting through all colors imaginable, the seat of Draxarian, now conspicuously empty. "The Covenant Keeper honors us with his presence," announced a silver-scaled matriarch, her voice like crystal chimes despite her immense size. "Perhaps now we might find our way through this impasse." Gandalf bowed deeply, leaning upon his staff. "Lady Silvermist, elders of the council, I come in service to both your kind and mine. And yet it is precisely that division, your kind and mine, that threatens to plunge the Five Kingdoms into war," hissed a smaller dragon of deepest emerald. "Uday already the order of dragon hunters marshals in the southern passes, their blades dripping with poisons meant for our hatchlings." Murmurs of anger rumbled through the chamber, the heat rising perceptibly as several dragons leaked tendrils of smoke from flared nostrils. "Lord Viridian speaks truthfully," Gandalf acknowledged, "but prematurely. The Order operates without royal sanction. King Uldarian himself sent me word condemning their actions. Words are wind," Viridian snarled, "and humans are fickle as autumn breezes." "Enough!" Silvermist's tail lashed against stone, sending a crack like thunder through the chamber. "We called the wizard here not to defend humanity, but to help locate our king. Gandalf, what news from your journeys? Have your arts revealed any trace of Draxarian?" Gandalf's bushy eyebrows drew together as he planted his staff firmly on the stone floor. "I have walked the hidden paths between mountains, consulted with the ancient spirits of glen and stream, and cast my awareness into the deeper places of the world. Draxarian's presence eludes me, and yet—" The wizard paused, weighing his next words carefully. "Speak plainly, Covenant Keeper," urged a blue-scaled dragon. "3 nights ago, as I passed through Mistwood Vale at the edge of the Eternal Forest, I encountered something unexpected," Gandalf continued. "A young woman, barely 20 summers by human reckoning, gathering herbs in the moonlight. What caught my attention was not her presence in that remote place, but rather what happened when the clouds parted and moonlight touched her skin." The dragons leaned forward, their collective attention focused like a physical weight. "Her skin shimmered with scales of purest gold," Gandalf revealed, "visible only in the moon's glow, vanishing when shadow returned. And in her dreams, she flies." A collective hiss of indrawn breath echoed through the chamber. "Impossible," whispered Viridian. "The bloodlines were extinguished centuries ago." "A transmuted?" Firenth asked, using the ancient term for those rare beings born of both human and dragon essence. Silvermist rose to her full height, towering over the assembly. "Where is this girl now, Gandalf? Surely you did not leave her unprotected, knowing what she represents." "She is hidden where even I cannot easily reach her," Gandalf assured them. Which proved fortunate, as the dragon hunters were close behind me. They call the girl storm-cursed and blame her for weather patterns that have destroyed crops in neighboring regions. "They sense what she is, even if they do not understand it," the blue dragon commented. "Indeed, Lord Azurath," Gandalf agreed, "just as they sensed the awakening power in the 3 villages they burned last month, places where the ancient dragon magic had begun to resurface in the land itself." A troubled silence fell over the assembly. "You believe these events are connected to Draxarian's disappearance?" Silvermist stated, rather than asked. "Uldun, I believe nothing coincidental about a transmuted appearing for the first time in 5 centuries, magic awakening in the earth, and the Dragon King vanishing, all within the same lunar cycle," Gandalf replied. "Like something stirs beneath the surface of our world, something long dormant." The wizard tapped his staff once upon the stone floor, and a pale blue light illuminated ancient carvings that spiraled across the chamber's ceiling. Carvings depicting dragons and humans united against shapeless entities that seemed to devour light itself. The Soul Devourers, Firenth breathed, the name emerging as barely more than a whisper, as if speaking it louder might summon the ancient evil. Long ago, imprisoned by the combined might of dragonkind and humanity's greatest mages, Gandalf nodded grimly, bound in the deepest places beneath the world, in chambers where reality itself grows thin. "You cannot possibly suggest," began Viridian. "I suggest nothing," Gandalf interrupted. "I merely observe that the seals weaken. The girl's dreams are not merely of flight, they are of caverns vast and bottomless, of chains forged from starlight beginning to fracture." Silvermist exchanged glances with the other council members. "We must verify these claims," she said finally. "If the Devourers stir in their prison, it would explain why Draxarian went to reinforce the bindings himself," Gandalf finished. Without alarming either dragons or humans to the danger, it would be consistent with his solitary nature. "And if he failed?" Azarath asked, voicing the fear now evident in every scaled face. "Then the girl may be our only hope," Gandalf replied. "A living bridge between our kinds, carrying the ancient magics of both bloodlines." The Transmuted were created for precisely such a purpose, to channel the combined power of human and dragon when need was most dire. "Then we must find this girl and bring her to Draconia for protection," declared Silvermist. "I fear it is not so simple," Gandalf sighed. "The dragon hunters have her scent now, and they are not the only ones. Something darker shadows her path. Servants of the Devourers, I suspect, drawn to her awakening power. Moreover, she knows nothing of her heritage. To suddenly reveal that she carries dragon blood would be to shatter her understanding of herself." "What would you have us do then, wizard?" demanded Viridian. "Wait for catastrophe?" "I would ask for a single dragon companion to accompany me back to the girl," Gandalf proposed. "One who remembers the old ways of bonding with the Transmuted, who can help awaken her dormant abilities gradually. Meanwhile, the Council must prepare for the possibility that Draxarian requires rescue from whatever depths he has descended to." After much debate, it was decided that Firenth would accompany Gandalf, being young enough to adapt to human ways, yet old enough to remember the ancient bonding rituals. The Copper Dragon would travel in a form rarely assumed by his kind, that of a human, to avoid attracting unwanted attention. 3 days later, Gandalf and his companion, now appearing as a tall, copper-haired young man with unusual golden eyes, arrived at a small herbalist's cottage nestled against the edge of the Whispering Woods. Here, Lyra Dornheart had lived since infancy, apprenticed to old Mistress Wendra, unaware of the extraordinary heritage flowing through her veins. The girl who greeted them at the door was slight of build, with unruly chestnut hair and eyes that shifted color like opals catching light. Nothing in her appearance suggested anything but ordinary humanity, until a shaft of morning sunlight streaming through the cottage window struck her bare arm, causing a momentary shimmering of golden scales beneath her skin. Firenth's sharp intake of breath made Lyra glance at him curiously. "Are you well, sir?" she asked the disguised dragon. "You look as though you've seen a ghost." "Not a ghost," Gandalf intervened smoothly. "My young friend is simply overcome by the potency of the herbs you've been drying. We've come a long way seeking Mistress Wendra's remedies." Lyra's expression clouded. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but my mistress passed beyond the veil last winter. I've continued her work as best I can. Then perhaps you can help us," Gandalf suggested. "My companion suffers from troubling dreams, visions of flight and fire that leave him restless." The girl's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. Dreams of flying. I might know something of such afflictions. Before she could elaborate, a distant horn sounded from the forest's edge. 3 sharp blasts that sent birds scattering from the treetops. "And hunters," Lyra whispered, her face paling. "They've been combing the forest for weeks. Something about a cursed one who brings storms." She laughed nervously, as if anyone could command the weather. Yet, even as she spoke, dark clouds began gathering above the cottage, drawn as if by an invisible hand. "We must leave immediately," Gandalf said, all pretense abandoned. "Lyra, pack only what you can carry. Your life depends on trusting us." "What? But I don't even know you." "You know me better than you realize," Gandalf replied cryptically, "just as you've always known you were different. The dreams of flight, the strange patterns on your skin in moonlight, the way animals react to your presence, none of these things are curses or coincidences." Thunder rumbled overhead as confusion and fear battled across Lyra's features. "What are you saying?" It was Firinth who answered, his voice carrying the rumbling timbre of his true dragon nature despite his human form. "He is saying, Lyra Dawnheart, that you are dragon kin, and we have come to take you home." The horn sounded again, closer now as the first heavy raindrops began to fall. A choice hung in the air between them, as momentous as the gathering storm. In that suspended moment, Lyra's eyes met Firinth's, gold reflecting gold, recognition flaring between bloodlines separated for centuries but never truly severed. And deep beneath the mountains, in caverns where reality grew thin, ancient chains of starlight continued to fracture link by link. Story 3. The sky above the village of Mirrorbrook shattered like stained glass. Fractures of violet and crimson light carved through the twilight, while fragments of foreign landscapes, impossible mountains and alien forests, flickered briefly into existence before dissolving back into nothingness. The villagers huddled in terror as a tower from another world materialized in their town square, existing for only moments before vanishing with a thunderclap that left nothing but scorched earth and the lingering scent of strange spices. Atop the hill overlooking this chaos stood a solitary figure, his grey robes billowing in winds that seemed to blow from nowhere and everywhere at once. Gandalf the Grey, keeper of boundaries, watcher of the veils, placed his gnarled hand upon his staff of twisted heartwood and felt the ancient magic within it tremble. The dimensional barriers were failing, not slowly or naturally as they sometimes did, but violently, purposefully. Someone was tearing at the fabric of reality itself. 3 villages gone in a fortnight, he murmured, his voice barely audible above the howling dimensional winds. The veil grows thinner with each passing day. For millennia, Gandalf had walked the hidden paths between worlds, one of the few beings in existence who understood the delicate tapestry that separated one reality from another. Now that tapestry was unraveling, and he could feel each snapped thread like a physical pain. He descended into what remained of Mirrorbrook, his staff glowing with a pale blue light that somehow steadied the air around him, creating a pocket of calm amidst the chaos. Villagers reached for him with desperate hands, but he moved past them, drawn to something, someone, at the center of the square where the phantom tower had manifested. A young woman knelt there, perhaps 20 summers old, her dark hair streaked with a single lock of silver. Unlike the terrified villagers, she seemed entranced, her hands raised as if trying to touch the dimensional tears that rippled above her. Most striking of all, the chaotic energies that had scorched the earth around her had left her completely untouched. "You can see them clearly, can't you, child?" Gandalf asked, stopping a few paces from her. "Are the other worlds beyond the veil?" The woman, Ariana Veilwalker, though Gandalf did not yet know her name, turned to him with eyes that shifted color like opals catching light. "I've always seen them," she whispered. "Fragments and echoes, but never so clearly as now." She looked at her hands with wonder and apprehension. "When the tower appeared, I could have stepped inside. I could feel it calling me." Gandalf's bushy eyebrows rose with interest. "And if you had stepped inside, I would have gone elsewhere," she said simply. "Not here, not now." "A pathfinder," Gandalf breathed. He had not encountered one in over 1,000 years, a mortal with the innate ability to traverse the boundaries between dimensions unharmed. "What is your name, child?" "Ariana. The villagers call me the Storm-Cursed." A bitter smile crossed her face. "They believe I caused this. Did you?" "No!" Her eyes flashed defiantly. "But strange things happen around me. Always have." A shout interrupted them as several men approached, led by a red-faced elder brandishing a pitchfork. "There she is, the witch who brought this calamity upon us." Gandalf straightened to his full height, suddenly seeming far taller and more imposing than his lean frame should allow. The blue light of his staff intensified. "This woman is under my protection," he declared, his voice resonating with power that made the approaching men falter. "She is not the cause of your troubles, but may well be instrumental in their solution." "And who are you to make such claims?" demanded the elder, though he had stopped several paces away. "I am Gandalf, guardian of the Vales, keeper of the 7 keys of Dimensia, walker between worlds." Each title seemed to add weight to the air around them. "And I am taking this woman as my apprentice." 3 days later, Ariana stood beside Gandalf in the ancient observatory atop Crystalline Tower, a structure so old it was said to have been built before the separation of the worlds. Through its enchanted windows, they could see not just the physical landscape below, but the dimensional overlays that shimmed like heat haze across the land. "The tiers are forming patterns," Gandalf observed, tracing lines in the air that connected various rifts. "This is no natural deterioration." "You said that before," Ariana commented, adjusting the new midnight blue robes Gandalf had provided for her. "Do you believe someone is doing this deliberately?" Gandalf's weathered face grew somber. "Not someone, Morindar." The name clearly meant nothing to Ariana, but the way Gandalf spoke it, with a mixture of sadness, anger, and deep respect, told her this was no ordinary adversary. "Once, he was my closest friend," Gandalf explained, his eyes distant with memory. "We studied the dimensional mysteries together for centuries, 2 young wizards fascinated by the infinite possibilities of the multiverse. What happened? We discovered something we should not have." Gandalf sighed heavily. "In the space between dimensions exists a wellspring of pure magical energy, the Nexus. We theorized that by channeling that energy, one could reshape reality itself. Morindar became obsessed." Ariana's eyes widened. "And now he's breaking down the barriers to reach this Nexus. Worse, I believe he's formed the Arcane Consortium, a group of power-hungry mages from various dimensions, to help him. They intend to collapse all realities into one that they can rule absolutely." A tremor shook the tower, and through the enchanted windows, they watched as a massive rift tore open the sky above the distant Forest of Whispers. For a moment, an impossible city of gleaming spires hung upside down in the air before vanishing. "We must move quickly," Gandalf said. "I've spent decades mapping dimensional anchors, places that exist in nearly identical forms across multiple realities. We'll use these to track Morindar and his consortium. But first, you must learn to control your pathfinding ability." The following weeks passed in a blur of intensive training. Ariana learned to not just sense the dimensional rifts, but to shape them, creating controlled portals between worlds. What might have taken another apprentice years to master came naturally to her, as if she had been born with one foot already in another reality. Their first deliberate crossing brought them to a version of Eldoria where the sky was perpetually amber and twin moons hung low on the horizon. Here they sought out that world's version of Lyrian, the keeper of histories, who might know more about Morindar's activities. They found her in a vast library carved into the side of a mountain. But this Lyrian was not the wise, gentle scholar Gandalf had known. This version was bitter and suspicious, her library fortified like a military stronghold. "Another Gandalf," she said flatly when they were brought before her. "We had one of you last month. He left with 3 of our most dangerous artifacts and killed 2 of my guards." Gandalf's face paled. "Morindar has been recruiting my alternates from other dimensions." "Not recruiting," Lyrian corrected grimly. "Subjugating. The one who came before wore chains of black silver that burned with cold fire. His eyes were empty." The implications chilled Ariana. "Might versions of you forced to help destroy the multiverse?" "It is a clever strategy," Gandalf admitted, his voice tight. "Who better to navigate the dimensional pathways than alternate versions of the one tasked with protecting them? And each would know secrets that I know." Their journey took them through 7 dimensions, each more distorted than the last, as the barriers between worlds continued to deteriorate. In each, they gathered allies: Thorn, a warrior mage whose enchanted blade could cut through dimensional barriers; Elindra, an elven seer who could predict where rifts would form; and most surprisingly, a version of Morindar himself. Younger, not yet corrupted, horrified by what his alternate self had become. It was this younger Morindar who finally led them to the Consortium's headquarters, a floating citadel suspended in the void between dimensions, anchored to fragments of a dozen different realities. "The Nexus Chamber will be at the center," he explained, as they observed the citadel from the relative safety of a dimensional pocket. "My older self will have the enslaved Gandalfs positioned around it, drawing power from them to stabilize the differential collapse." Gandalf nodded grimly. "And when the collapse reaches critical threshold, all realities will merge into one," young Morindar finished, "shaped according to his will alone." Ariana, now confident in her abilities, created a portal directly into the Citadel's lower levels. The ensuing battle was chaotic. Consortium mages wielded spells from dozens of different magical traditions, while constructs of pure interdimensional energy patrolled the corridors. When they finally reached the Nexus Chamber, the sight that greeted them was both awesome and terrible. 7 versions of Gandalf, some younger, some older, all bound with those black-silver chains, stood in a circle around a swirling vortex of pure energy. And directing them was Morindar, almost unrecognizable, his form stretched and distorted as if he existed partially in multiple dimensions simultaneously. "Too late, old friend," Morindar called, his voice echoing strangely as if speaking from multiple throats. "The collapse has begun. Soon, all worlds will be one, perfect, unified under my guidance." "This isn't unification," Gandalf shouted over the roar of the Nexus. "It's annihilation." "Billions of souls will be erased. A necessary sacrifice for a perfect reality." The battle that followed transcended ordinary combat. Spells from a dozen magical traditions collided as Gandalf and Morindar unleashed the full extent of their dimensional knowledge. Young Morindar worked frantically to free the enslaved Gandalfs, while Ariana, drawing on everything she had learned, created a complex web of portals that redirected the chaotic energies back upon themselves. In the end, it came down to a desperate gamble. Ariana realized she could use her pathfinder abilities not just to travel between dimensions, but to redistribute energies across them. As Gandalf engaged Morindar directly, she began absorbing the Nexus energy herself, functioning as a living conduit. "What are you doing?" young Morindar cried in alarm. "Balancing the scales," she gasped, her form beginning to shimmer as the power coursed through her. Using the freed alternate Gandalfs as anchors, Ariana channeled the Nexus power back into the weakened dimensional barriers, healing the tears rather than exploiting them. Her body glowed with increasing intensity until she seemed made of pure light. The elder Morindar howled in rage as his plan collapsed around him, the citadel beginning to fracture as reality reasserted itself. In a final, desperate move, he lunged for Ariana, but Gandalf intercepted him. The two ancient wizards grappled at the edge of the Nexus, then toppled into its swirling depths. "No!" Ariana screamed, reaching out with her powers to try to pull Gandalf back. What emerged from the Nexus was neither Gandalf nor Morindar, but something of both. A being of pure magical energy that contained the memories and knowledge of both wizards, their conflict resolved by becoming something greater than either. "Do not grieve," the being said in a voice that was and wasn't Gandalf's. This is not an ending, but a transformation." As the dimensional barriers stabilized, the being that had been Gandalf and Morindar dispersed, becoming part of the fabric of reality itself, a conscious guardian of the multiverse. Ariana, forever changed by her experience, took up Gandalf's staff and his duties. The first Pathfinder guardian in a millennium, she would walk the ways between worlds, watching for tears in the veil, and remembering the wizard who had seen her not as cursed, but as uniquely blessed. And sometimes, in places where reality ran thin, she would feel a familiar presence, neither Gandalf nor Morindar, but something wiser and more compassionate than either had been alone, watching over the infinite tapestry of existence. Story 4. The golden leaves of Yggdrasil wept silently across the 9 realms, one by one. They detached from ancient boughs and spiraled downward, each a dying star in its own celestial dance, and with each fallen leaf, somewhere, in some realm, a mountain crumbled, a river ran dry, or a forest withered to dust. Gandalf the Grey stood atop the windswept peak of Taniqatil, his weathered face turned toward the horizon, where reality itself seemed to fray at the edges. The sky above rippled with unnatural hues, indigos and crimsons never meant for mortal eyes. The old wizard's gnarled fingers tightened around his staff, carved millennia ago from a branch freely given by Yggdrasil itself. Through this connection, he felt the world tree's agony like a blade between his ribs. "She is dying," he whispered, his voice carried away by winds that smelled of decay and forgotten magic. For thousands of years, Gandalf had wandered the realms of Middle-earth, appearing as nothing more than an eccentric traveler, a humble advisor to kings and farmers alike. Few suspected his true nature as one of the Istari, the ancient order of wizards sent to protect the delicate balance of existence. Fewer still knew his most sacred duty, guardian of Yggdrasil, the world tree whose vast network of roots and branches connected the 9 realms in a cosmic embrace. Now, after centuries of vigilance, he had failed. The tree was dying. 3 days later, Gandalf stood in the heart of the primordial forest, where reality was at its thinnest. Here, Yggdrasil's physical form manifested, a colossal tree that stretched beyond the clouds, its trunk wider than the greatest cities of men. Once luminous within a light, its bark now appeared ashen, cracked like parched earth. Golden leaves, once numberless as stars, now clung sparsely to skeletal branches. "Oh, what poison could penetrate such ancient defenses?" Gandalf murmured, pressing his palm against the tree's rough bark. The vision struck like lightning, darkness seeping through cosmic fissures, ancient entities of void and hunger slithering between dimensions, feeding on the tree's life force, the void devourers, creatures so old they predated even the valor, imprisoned between realities at the dawn of creation. Now they were escaping. But how? The seals had held for ages beyond counting. As if in answer, the tree showed him more, a familiar figure in white robes, staff raised toward a seal, deliberately weakening the ancient barriers. Saruman, Gandalf gasped as the vision faded, leaving him on his knees before the tree. "Old friend, what have you done?" The betrayal stung worse than any wound he had suffered in his long existence. Saruman the White, head of his order, his brother in the Eternal Watch, now working to unmake all of creation. But why? Gandalf knew he could not face this threat alone. The World Tree had shown him a path. He must gather allies from each of the remaining realms, collect the essences needed for the ritual of renewal, and confront Saruman before the final leaf fell. The wolfman emerged from shadow at the edge of the moonlit glade, amber eyes gleaming with suspicion, 7 feet of corded muscle and silver fur. He moved with the fluid grace of both predator and man. "I did not expect to find an Istari in my territory," Fenrir growled, circling the seated wizard, "especially not one who reeks of desperation." Gandalf remained perfectly still by his small campfire. "You sense it too, don't you, Fenrir? The wrongness spreading through your forest," the wolfman snarled, revealing fangs that could tear through steel. "My pack grows restless, game disappears, the stars shift in their ancient patterns. The World Tree is dying." Fenrir froze, his fur bristling. "Impossible." "I wish it were." Gandalf fixed him with a penetrating gaze. "Your people once served as pathfinders between the realms. You know the hidden roads that even I cannot see. And why should I help you, wizard? My kind was banished, hunted to near extinction by your precious civilized races. Because without the tree, there will be no realms left, no forests, no hunting grounds, no secret paths beneath the moon." For a long moment, only the crackling of the fire broke the silence. "The banishment was unjust," Gandalf added softly. "And I spoke against it then, though few listened." Fenrir's ears flattened against his skull. Finally, he approached the fire and sat, his massive form dwarfing the wizard. "I will guide you," he rumbled, "but not for you, for the tree." The great library of Nidavellir stretched for miles beneath the mountain, a labyrinth of knowledge hoarded by generations of dwarven archivists. Gandalf and Fenrir followed the bobbing lantern of their diminutive guide through narrowing corridors of ancient tomes. "Most visitors I turn away," Scaldy Ironquill muttered, adjusting her spectacles as they walked. "But when a guardian of the tree comes calling, even I must make an exception." The elderly dwarf stood barely 4 feet tall, her silver beard intricately braided with symbols of her office. As Nidavellir's Grand Archivist, she guarded the oldest records in existence. "Here we are," she announced, unlocking an iron door with one of the countless keys that hung from her belt. "The Arboretum of Lore." The chamber beyond defied comprehension, a perfect replica of Yggdrasil rendered in precious metals and gemstones, each branch and root inscribed with microscopic runes. At the center stood a reading podium, carved from a single piece of obsidian. "The complete concordance of the World Tree," Scaldy explained, reverently opening an ancient tome upon the podium. "Every ritual, every secret, every leaf and root documented since the First Age. We seek the ritual of renewal," Gandalf said. Scaldy's expression darkened. "A dangerous rite. It requires—" "I know the cost," Gandalf interrupted. "What I need is the method." As Scaldy turned ancient pages with her gloved hands, Fenrir tensed beside them. "We're being watched," he growled softly. The White Wizard has eyes everywhere now, Skaldi murmured. Ever since he came asking about the Void Devourers 3 moons past. Gandalf's heart sank. What did you tell him? Only what's written in the common texts. But he took something, a key to the hidden archives. Then our path is clear, Gandalf said grimly. We must reach the Oracle of Heimdall before Saruman does. The realm of Alfheim existed in perpetual twilight, neither day nor night, but the magical hour between. Here, in a clearing surrounded by silver-barked trees, sat Heimdall the Blind. Once the greatest of the Alfar Rangers, his mortal eyes had been sacrificed to gain the greater sight, the ability to perceive all 9 realms simultaneously. I have been expecting you, Gandalf the Grey, the oracle spoke as they approached. His eyes were pools of swirling galaxies, disconcerting to behold. You bring interesting companions. Then you know why we've come, Gandalf replied. Heimdall nodded solemnly. The tree suffers. The barriers thin. I see them, the devourers, ancient and hungry, pressing against reality like maggots beneath the skin of a corpse. Fenrir growled low in his throat while Skaldi muttered a dwarven prayer. But that is not all I see, Heimdall continued. I see your old friend, the White Wizard, standing at the heart of the corruption. He believes himself the surgeon, excising a cancer when he is merely opening the door to greater infection. What does he want? Gandalf asked. Rebirth, Heimdall answered. He has witnessed the slow corruption of all realms over countless ages. He believes the only solution is to let the old universe die and help birth a new one, purified, perfected. Madness, Skaldi whispered. Madness born of too much wisdom and too little hope, Heimdall corrected. He works now at the deepest roots of Yggdrasil, where all realms converge. If you are to stop him, you must bring 4 elements: water from the well of Urd, fire from the forges of Muspelheim, earth from the highest peak of Jotunheim, and air captured from the breath of Nidhogg himself. Gandalf nodded gravely. And with these, the ritual of renewal can be performed. Yes, but understand, Guardian, the ritual requires a sacrifice, a life freely given to replace what has been taken from the tree. A heavy silence fell upon the clearing. Then I shall give mine, Gandalf said quietly. Heimdall's cosmic eyes seemed to peer into the wizard's very soul. We shall see, he said enigmatically. Or the future branches in many directions from this moment. The journey to gather the 4 elements nearly broke them. They lost Skaldi in the fires of Muspelheim, though she died ensuring they escaped with the eternal flame. Fenrir was wounded capturing the breath of Nidhogg, the great serpent who gnawed at the roots of the World Tree. When they finally reached the convergence point at Yggdrasil's deepest root, Gandalf and the injured Fenrir found Saruman waiting, surrounded by pulsing tears in reality, through which writhed tentacles of absolute darkness. You are too late, old friend, Saruman called, his once kind features now haggard with zealotry. The cycle has already begun. The tree dies, and from its sacred wood, I shall craft the seed of a new universe, one without the flaws of this dying creation. You've been deceived, Gandalf replied, leaning heavily on his staff. The Void Devourers use you. Once freed, they will consume everything, including your new creation. Saruman's eyes flashed. I have bound them to my will. They serve me. Nothing that ancient serves anyone, Fenrir growled. The confrontation escalated into a battle of wills and magic that shook the foundations of reality itself. Wizard fought wizard, while Fenrir held back the encroaching devourers. The clash of powers illuminated the cosmic darkness, Gandalf's pure blue flame against Saruman's corrupted white fire. In the end, it came down to sacrifice. As Saruman prepared a final, devastating spell, Gandalf plunged his staff, the branch of Yggdrasil, into the center of the convergence point and began the ritual of renewal. The four elements swirled around him, merging with his own life force. "What are you doing?" Saruman cried out in alarm. "What a guardian must—" Gandalf replied, his voice resonating with power beyond his physical form. "And I give myself to heal what has been broken." Light exploded outward from the staff, racing along every root and branch of the world tree. The tears in reality sealed shut, trapping the screaming void devourers outside once more. Saruman was thrown backward, his connection to the dark entities severed. When the light faded, Gandalf lay still beside his staff, which had taken root and sprouted fresh green leaves. Fenrir approached cautiously, nudging the fallen wizard with his muzzle. To his astonishment, Gandalf drew a shuddering breath. His grey robes had turned purest white. "How?" the wolfman whispered. Gandalf's eyes fluttered open, now filled with the same cosmic awareness as Heimdall's. "The sacrifice was accepted," he said weakly, "but not as I expected. I am changed, bound more deeply to the tree than before, reborn to continue the watch." In the skies above, golden leaves ceased their falling. New buds formed on branches long bare. The world tree would heal, slowly but surely. And its guardian, now Gandalf the White, would stand watch once more. Story 5. The crystalline spires of Mithrandir's tower pierced the dawn sky like ancient fingers reaching for forgotten stars. For 3,000 years, the alabaster structure had stood sentinel over the luminous valleys, its presence a comfort to the 7 free realms that flourished beneath its watchful gaze. At its summit, visible for 100 leagues on the clearest nights, burned a flame of such pure azure brilliance that poets claimed it was carved from the heart of a dying sun. The eternal flame, keystone of the ancient magics that held the shadows at bay. In the highest chamber of the tower, Gandalf the Grey knelt before the sacred fire, weathered hands extended toward its warmth. His face, lined with the wisdom of centuries, reflected none of the comfort the flame offered to distant observers. Instead, his eyes mirrored only growing horror as he watched the once mighty blaze sputter and dim, shrinking to half its former glory. "How long?" he whispered to the emptiness around him, his voice carrying the weight of mountains. The flame flickered as if in response, casting chaotic shadows across the circular chamber's rune-carved walls. Gandalf's gnarled fingers traced the air above the fire, weaving patterns that glimmered momentarily before dissolving like morning mist. 3 weeks, he concluded, his shoulders sagging beneath his grey robes. And perhaps 4, if the eastern barriers hold. Rising with the deliberate care of one who has witnessed the slow march of ages, Gandalf moved to the chamber's edge, where crystal windows offered a panoramic view of the realms he had sworn to protect. For now, the luminous valleys still justified their name, verdant forests and silver rivers winding between ancient cities whose spires caught the morning light. Beyond them, the great plains of Aranor rolled toward distant mountains, but at the furthest edge of his vision, where the Shadowfell Mountains formed a natural barrier between the free realms and the blasted wastelands beyond, something was changing. A darkness gathered, not the simple absence of light, but something hungrier, more purposeful. "They sense the weakening," Gandalf murmured, his hand tightening around his staff of twisted heartwood. Dut, after 3 millennia of imprisonment, the Void Walkers stir once more. The decision formed in his mind like a crystal growing from solution. Inevitable, necessary, and infinitely dangerous. There was only one hope, the fragments of the fallen star, the same celestial remnants that had powered the eternal flame since its creation. Legend held that 7 fragments had fallen to Earth when the great star Elenath collapsed. One burned eternally atop Mithrandir's tower. The others had been scattered across the realms for safekeeping, entrusted to guardians who would protect them until the end of days, or until they were needed again. Gandalf had hoped that day would never come. He had watched civilizations rise and fall, had counseled kings and farmers with equal care, all while maintaining his silent vigil over the flame. He had wandered the 7 realms as a seemingly harmless old man, his true purpose and power hidden beneath grey robes and a weathered exterior. Now, the time for concealment had passed. 3 days later, Gandalf stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods, a forest so ancient that even the eldest elves spoke of it with reverent uncertainty. Somewhere within its shadowed heart dwelled Elendor, a young man who knew nothing of his true heritage or the burden he must soon bear. The outer trees parted before the wizard-like courtiers before a king, their branches bending against the natural pull of wind and gravity. Even here, at the edge of civilization, nature recognized the Flamekeeper's authority. As Gandalf ventured deeper, however, the forest grew less accommodating. Roots rose to trip his feet. Thorned vines descended from canopies to bar his path. The wizard made no attempt to force his way forward, instead placing his palm against the gnarled trunk of a particularly massive oak. "I come seeking the son of Valorian," he announced, his voice resonating through wood and earth. "Time grows short for all who dwell beneath open skies." For long moments, only the sighing of wind through leaves answered him. Then silently, a path opened, not through the manipulation of branch and vine, but through a subtle shifting of the forest itself, as if spaces that had previously existed apart from one another had been suddenly realigned. At the path's end stood a modest cottage of living wood, its walls formed from still-growing trees that had somehow been convinced to twine together in perfect harmony. Smoke curled from a stone chimney, carrying the scent of herbs and fresh bread. Before Gandalf could announce himself, the cottage door swung open to reveal a young man barely past 20 summers. Elendor stood framed in the doorway, tall and lean, with the simple clothing of a forester and the calloused hands of one accustomed to honest labor. Only his eyes hinted at something extraordinary, deep violet irises that seemed to catch and hold the light in impossible ways. "The trees have been restless all morning," Elendor said by way of greeting. "They say a grey wanderer approaches, bearing news that will change the shape of the world." A faint smile crossed his features. "Given the state of their agitation, I expected someone more imposing." "Appearances," Gandalf replied with the hint of an answering smile, "are the most effective disguises of all. The wolves do not fear the sheep, and so the shepherd may walk among them unnoticed." Elendor's expression sobered. "They also say the shadows in the east grow long before their time, and that ancient bindings fray like old rope." "Then the trees are both wise and observant," Gandalf acknowledged. "May I enter?" "What I must tell you requires neither audience nor interruption." Inside the cottage, seated before a modest hearth, Gandalf revealed to Elendor the truth of his heritage. That he was not the son of a simple forester, but the last descendant of Valorian the Bright, greatest of the first mages who had created the eternal flame and bound the Voidwalkers beyond the Shadowfell mountains. "In your veins flows the power to command not just trees, but the very elements themselves," Gandalf explained. "Power that has remained dormant, waiting for the moment of greatest need. And that moment is now," Elendor concluded, staring into the mundane flames of his hearth as if seeing distant visions. "Because the eternal flame fails. Yes, and when it dies completely, the eastern barriers will collapse. The void walkers will return, entities of such ancient malevolence that they feed on the very essence of consciousness itself. They will not conquer the seven realms. They will consume them, leaving nothing but empty husks where thinking beings once dwelled. Elendor's hands trembled slightly. What would you have me do? I'm no mage. I speak to trees because they choose to answer, not through any power of my own. You will help me gather the fragments of the fallen star, Gandalf replied. Together, they can rekindle the eternal flame before it dies completely. Apart, each contains power significant enough to draw the attention of both allies and enemies. Our path will be neither straight nor safe. Before Elendor could respond, a shadow passed over the cottage window, too large to be a cloud, too swift to be anything natural. Both men rose instantly, Gandalf's staff blazing to life with blue-white light that illuminated the sudden tension in his features. They hunt already, he muttered. Faster than I feared. The roof timbers groaned as something massive settled upon them. Dust and dried herbs rained down from suddenly stressed beams. A sound like leather stretching across vast frames filled the air, the folding of enormous wings. Dragon, Elendor whispered, reaching for a wood-cutting axe that suddenly seemed pathetically inadequate. No, Gandalf replied grimly, a shadow wing, servant of the Void Walkers. They were not meant to be able to cross the mountains while the flame still burns, however weakly. The wizard's free hand described a complex pattern in the air, leaving trails of silver light that coalesced into a protective dome around them just as the cottage roof splintered inward. Through the shattered timbers descended a creature of nightmare, vaguely reptilian in form, but with a hide of light-devouring blackness and eyes like pools of mercury. Its wingspan stretched beyond the cottage walls, and where its shadow touched living wood, the trees that formed the cottage walls withered and blackened. Elendor stared in horrified fascination, paralyzed not by fear, but by the impossible wrongness of the creature. It existed in defiance of natural law, an aberration that wounded reality by its mere presence. Elendor! Gandalf's voice cut through his shock. Your blood! The creature cannot withstand the touch of Valorian's lineage. Moving on instinct rather than understanding, Elendor slashed his palm on the blade of his axe and flung the resulting crimson droplets toward the shadowing. Where they touched the creature's hide, brilliant light erupted like miniature suns, drawing shrieks of agony from the beast as it thrashed and recoiled. Gandalf seized the opening, his staff becoming a conduit for pale fire that lanced upward, piercing the shadow wing through what might have been its heart. The creature convulsed once, then dissolved into oily mist that evaporated in the sunlight, now streaming through the ruined roof. In the sudden silence, Elendor stared at his bleeding palm, then at the wizard who had just turned his world upside down. "There will be more," he said. It wasn't a question. "Many more," Gandalf confirmed. "That was merely a scout. We must move quickly. To find these fragments. To find the fragments, yes, and those who will help us bear them. For each fragment must be carried by one whose nature resonates with its particular power. You and I are but two of the bearers we must gather." Elendor glanced around at his ruined home, at the blackened wood that had once sheltered him. The simple life he had known was already crumbling, like the failing flame that had protected the realms for millennia. "When do we leave?" he asked. Gandalf's answering smile was thin but genuine. Now. As they gathered what few supplies had survived the Shadow Wing's attack, Gandalf felt the weight of unspoken truth heavy on his shoulders. He had told Elendor much, but not everything. Not about the prophecy that had haunted him for centuries, that when the flame was rekindled, Its guardian must surrender his immortality to fuel the binding for another 3,000 years. Not about the knowledge that his long life was drawing to its close and that his final act would be to transfer the burden of the flame to a new guardian. Not about his growing certainty that the new guardian would be Elendor himself. Those revelations could wait. For now, there were fragments to gather, companions to find, and shadows to outrun. A quest beginning as the light of the world hung in the balance, poised between eternal flame and endless darkness. Story 6. The night the stars began to fall, Gandalf stood alone atop the ancient watchtower of Astralor, his weathered hands gripping the worn stone as celestial fire streaked across the midnight canvas. Each blazing trail ended not in extinction, but in transformation, stars striking the earth of Celestia only to become gleaming crystals that pulsed with inner light. The wizard's eyes, ancient as the mountains and just as unyielding, narrowed beneath bushy brows. What mortals witnessed as a magnificent celestial display, Gandalf recognized as harbingers of calamity, a presage he had dreaded for 3,000 years. "So it begins again," he whispered, his voice carried away by a wind that smelled of ozone and destiny. "The prison of the astral gods weakens." The crystal embedded in his gnarled staff, the very first fallen star from an age long forgotten, pulsed in recognition, sending tendrils of blue light spiraling around the weathered wood. As the last of the Istari, celestial mages sent to guard the realm, only Gandalf remained to remember the ancient war that had nearly unmade creation. Only he knew that each falling star contained the essence of a divine being, imprisoned in the heavens after their rebellion against the cosmic order. In the days that followed, whispers spread through the 7 kingdoms of Celestia. In mountain hamlets and coastal villages, in forest enclaves and desert outposts, people discovered the star crystals, beautiful, radiant stones that seemed to sing with inner power. Most remarkable were the discoveries of those who touched them, ordinary folk who suddenly found themselves capable of extraordinary feats. In the smithing village of Hammerfall, young Ash Emberforge found a crystal that had crashed through the roof of his modest forge. When his calloused fingers closed around the fragment, visions of celestial fire and ancient metalworking techniques flooded his mind. The next morning, the unassuming apprentice forged a dagger that glowed with inner starlight and could cut through solid stone as if it were cheese. Word of these star-blessed individuals reached the imperial palace in Drakenfell, where Emperor Dracath sat upon his throne of midnight iron, pupils dilated with insatiable hunger. The emperor, once a benevolent ruler, had changed in recent months, his skin growing pale, his frame gaunt despite consuming twice his weight in food daily. "Bring me these star-bearers," he commanded, voice hollow as a dead tree. "Bring me their crystals. I shall reward those who comply and destroy those who resist." Commander Vex knelt before her emperor, her obsidian armor absorbing light rather than reflecting it. Her face, half hidden behind a mask of the same material, betrayed no emotion as she received her orders. None could see the conflict that raged behind her steel-gray eyes. "It shall be done, my liege," she said, rising with lethal grace. The Imperial Legion rides at dawn. Meanwhile, Gandalf had abandoned his tower, trading his resplendent silver robes for the humble garb of a wandering sage. With a wide-brimmed hat pulled low and his staff disguised as a walking stick, he journeyed first to Hammerfall, arriving just as Imperial troops began surrounding the village. "Master Blacksmith!" he called, entering Ash's forge without ceremony. "You must leave this place immediately." The young man looked up from his anvil, a half-formed sword glowing with unearthly light beneath his hammer. "Who are you to command me, old man?" "Someone who knows what that crystal truly is," Gandalf replied. lowering his hat to reveal eyes that shimmered with the same light as the star metal. And what those soldiers outside will do to claim it. That night, as Imperial forces crashed through doors and dragged villagers into the square for questioning, Ash and Gandalf slipped away through ancient tunnels beneath the forge. Passages the young smith had never known existed, but which the wizard navigated with the confidence of familiarity. "The stars are not what they seem," Gandalf explained as they emerged miles away. The village's distant glow punctuated by screams and the crackle of flames. Each contains the essence of an astral deity imprisoned in the heavens after the First Cosmos War. Their fall means the celestial prison weakens and something terrible stirs beyond the void. "Why should I believe you?" Ash demanded, clutching his star crystal protectively. Yet even as he questioned, the crystal pulsed in harmony with Gandalf's staff, sending identical patterns of light dancing across the forest floor. "Because your crystal recognizes mine," the wizard said softly. "As brother knows brother. As prisoner knows prisoner." Over the following weeks, they traveled the breadth of Celestia, gathering others who had bonded with star crystals. Lyria, a blind seer whose eyes now shone with constellations. Thorn, a disgraced knight whose broken sword had been reforged with star metal. Renewal, a child of the forest whose songs could now bring plants to life. And Sylvanus, an ancient Trent whose bark had absorbed a crystal, turning his wooden flesh into something resembling petrified starlight. Each bore a fragment of divine power. Each was hunted by Commander Vex, whose forces grew ever closer, and each, Gandalf observed with growing concern, was changing, becoming less human and more celestial with each passing day. "The crystals are not tools to be used," he warned them one evening as they camped in the shadow of the Frostspire Mountains. "They are beings seeking vessels. Without proper guidance, you will be consumed by their power and transformed into avatars of gods who once nearly destroyed creation itself." "And how do you know so much about these gods, old man?" Thorn asked, suspicion lacing his voice. "You speak as if you were there." The question hung in the cold mountain air. For a moment, the wizard's shoulders seemed to carry the weight of millennia. His eyes, when he raised them, contained galaxies. "I was there," Gandalf admitted. "Under another name, in another form. I was among those who imprisoned them, for I too am not what I seem." Before he could elaborate, a horn blasted through the night. The Imperial Legion had found them. Commander Vex herself led the charge, her midnight steed leaving trails of shadow as it galloped toward their camp. Yet when she reached them, something unexpected happened. Instead of attacking, she dismounted and removed her fearsome mask, revealing a face marked with the same starlight patterns that had begun to trace themselves on the skin of the other star-bearers. "Mithrandir," she addressed Gandalf, using a name none present had heard before. "The Emperor is no longer human. The World Devourer speaks through him, the entity that corrupted the astral gods in the First Age. It seeks to gather all the fragments in one place to open a gateway between worlds." "How do you know this name?" Gandalf demanded, his disguise falling away, power radiating from him in waves that bent the grass and stirred the clouds above. "My father was the last astromancer," Vex replied. "Before he died, he told me to watch the stars, for when they began to fall, I must find the wizard who walks between worlds." The revelation changed everything. With Vex's knowledge of the Emperor's plans and Gandalf's ancient wisdom, they formulated a desperate strategy. The Star-Bearers would not run. They would bring the battle to Drakenfell itself. The journey to the Imperial City was fraught with peril. Each night, more stars fell. Each day, the Star-Bearers grew more powerful and less human. Ash's skin took on the burnished glow of celestial metal. Lyria's hair floated around her head like a nebula. Thorn's armor fused with his flesh, becoming scales of stardust. Gandalf watched them with growing sorrow, for he alone understood the true price of their victory, if victory was even possible. When they reached the chambers of the firmament at the heart of the Imperial Palace, Emperor Drakath awaited them, or rather, the thing that had once been Drakath. His body had become a swirling void, stars and galaxies visible through the outline of his form, being consumed one by one. The last Istari brings me my vessels. The Emperor's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. How convenient. I had thought I would need to hunt each star fragment individually, but you've gathered them for me. You will not have them, world devourer, Gandalf declared, shedding his mortal guise completely. Light erupted from his form, revealing not an old man, but a being of pure celestial energy, barely contained within a humanoid shape. The battle that followed shook the foundations of Celestia itself. The Starbearers, channeling the power of their crystals, fought with the might of young gods. The Emperor, vessel of the World Devourer, wielded the darkness between stars as a weapon, and Gandalf, revealing his true nature as an astral guardian, called down the very power of creation. Yet it was not enough. One by one, the Starbearers fell, not dead, but absorbed into the growing void that was consuming the Emperor and the palace around him. Soon only Gandalf remained, his power vast but waning against the ancient hunger of his foe. "You have failed, Guardian," the World Devourer gloated. "As you failed before, this world will feed me, as countless worlds have before it, and then the stars themselves shall be my banquet." Gandalf, battered and diminished, looked up at the shattered dome of the firmament chamber. Through the broken ceiling, he could see the night sky, where no stars now shone. All had fallen, all had been claimed or consumed. In that moment, he understood what must be done. Raising his staff, the vessel of the first fallen star, he spoke words in a language that predated the cosmos. His body began to dissolve into motes of light, each particle expanding, multiplying, rising toward the empty heavens. "Hi, what are you doing?" the Devourer demanded, suddenly uncertain. "What I should have done millennia ago," Gandalf replied, his voice now coming from everywhere at once. "I am not taking the power of the stars. I am becoming the sky itself." His consciousness expanded beyond his dissolving form, encompassing each of the fallen Starbearers, drawing them into his ascension. Together, they rose, not as individuals, but as a new celestial tapestry. Where the sky had been empty, new constellations formed, each bearing the essence of those who had carried the star fragments. The World Devourer howled in rage and hunger, but found itself trapped within the mortal vessel of the Emperor, bound to the earth by chains of starlight that descended from Gandalf's new cosmic form. "You cannot destroy hunger itself," the Devourer raged. "I am eternal." "Perhaps," came Gandalf's voice from the glittering heavens, "but now, so am I." And so it came to pass that the wizard sacrificed his mortal form to become the guardian constellation. His consciousness spread across the night sky, forever watching over Celestia. The Starbearers became the brightest points in his eternal vigil, their essences preserved in perfect celestial harmony. In Hammerfall, the villagers rebuilt. New stars illuminated their nights, stars that sometimes seemed to twinkle in patterns resembling words of comfort and guidance. And on clear evenings, when the forge fires burned low, some claimed they could see the constellation that had once been ash. Hammer raised eternally against the anvil of heaven, forging new stars to keep the darkness at bay. They called this constellation the Starsmith, but the oldest among them had another name for the entire celestial tapestry that now guarded their world. Gandalf's veil.